Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible. Still, you are not audible, ma'am. You are muted.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Times Tech, for organizing this very important conference on manufacturing. In fact, I just wanted to let you know that Rajasthan government is celebrating the Rajasthan Investors Summit. And for the first time, we have decentralized the process. And today, in fact, we have gone down to the district level, and we are signing MOUs on investment for manufacturing, for setting up service industries or manufacturing and agri industries at the district level. And we will be in conversation today for District Bundi, of which I am the secretary in charge. So that is it. It's a very beautiful day to have this kind of a a talk on manufacturing, when in the morning we will do this, and in the afternoon we'll actually be doing a hands-on coming together of the investors and the state be getting investment specifically for one district of Bundi. And the investment amount that has already got signed in terms of LOIs is about 1,400 crores, which is huge, given Bundi is one of the smaller districts in the state of Rajasthan. Having said that, before I delve into the process of digitalization and what needs to get automated, I would like to talk a little bit about what is the philosophy that we should have when we talk of India becoming a 5 trillion economy. When we talk of the concept of Make in India, technology is a tool that can spur manufacturing. But I would like to go a little back in history, because there are certain questions that we need to address in terms of how the policy architecture of manufacturing needs to be envisaged. Because the concept of we need to manufacture, because it is one of the three arms of how exchange in this world happens, how people are able to buy and sell things, people are able to trade, people are able to meet. There is this regional disparity which gets taken care of, how it provides employment for a lot of people, and how life continues because of manufacturing. But template has changed ever since India liberalized in 1991. Things have changed, but the basic concept of economics remains the same, right? So we need to understand that when you talk of manufacturing, you talk of 4 factors of production, which is, of course, labor, capital, land, enterprise. And today we have added the three more important factors, because we are living in a social age of social media, of consumerism, of excessive capitalism. Then we also have this counterbalancing philosophy of minimalism, essentialism. Technology is one of the emerging factors of production, right? It was earlier subsumed in entrepreneurship, but it has now become one of an important tool that we need to look at. And of course, technology has various variants, digital technology, a lot of other variants, algorithms, AI and robotics, and you name it, and there'll be many more which are already catapulting from emerging to new technologies, and research is going on in a whole lot of other technologies. So what is the philosophy? So the why of why we need to manufacture, absolutely no issues. How we need to do and what we need to do, what we need to manufacture is important, because if you go back to the original concept of economics, we need to understand that trade, when we moved from barter to trade, the one defining factor that happened was not so much production and consumption, which came later, but it was the comparative advantage of regions, maybe, of people, maybe, of communities, that enabled this exchange to take place, right? The exchange later got monetized. So when we talk of manufacturing, what to manufacture becomes very important. I often say this: when I was in school and doing economics, I had a professor who taught us at that point in time that there were 3 sectors of economy: primary, secondary, and tertiary sector. The primary sector is basically the agriculture sector, which was at that point, with all its disguised unemployment, at about 75%, 73%, if I remember correctly. A services sector was just about 5-6%, and the manufacturing sector was about 14 to 16%, right? When I was working in Government of India, in the Ministry of Commerce, Suddenly there was a shift, of course the shift was going on, but when I reached there, I had to write, and I realized that the contribution of the tertiary sector to the country's GDP had suddenly become from 5 when I was in school to when I had graduated to being a professional, it has suddenly become 65%, right? And the agriculture had shrunk from 73 to what the services used to be earlier, right? But the manufacturing sector, the secondary sector, continued to be what it was in school, 14 and 16%. When you look at the Southeast Asian and South Asia in particular, you look at Vietnam, you look at even Cambodia, you look at Malaysia, you look at Indonesia, you look at the developing countries, you find people who are actually thriving, even Bangladesh for that matter. You look at countries which are thriving based, spurred by manufacturing, the contribution of the manufacturing sector to the GDP is around 34%, right? 30 to 34%, but definitely not 14 and 16%. So how do we use the lever of technology to spur it? Because we see today the employment that happens, which was earlier disguised unemployment in agriculture, has now shifted more to the services sector, right? The low-grade jobs are coming all from the disguised agriculture sector to the services sector. How do we bring back the manufacturing? So now let me just focus on what is required. I spoke of a term in economics, and now, of course, you have behavioral economics, because that is how the consumer decides, and that is how standardization happens. That is how biases of choices happen. I was also negotiating the India-Canada CEPA a long time back, and I can tell you from my experience that you need two things in manufacturing. One, you have to look at what is the country's comparative advantage in terms of producing a good. Today, I deal with science and technology, and let me tell you, something very, very important. We talk of geographical indicator, but we talk of it as a subset of the intellectual property rights discourse or narrative. We talk of industrial design, but we never talk of the fact that this can be a hugely potential competitive advantage that can be turned into royalty, that can be turned into revenue, that can be turned into technology, that can be used for technology transfer, for generating royalty, licensing royalty agreements. Because a lot of innovators in the state today want hand-holding to be able to catapult from innovators to manufacturing. But I would suggest that it's not necessary for every innovator to leave the job of being an innovator, because he can innovate in different sectors and then to narrow down to manufacturing only his innovations. So you need that conduit of being able to provide him the matrix of where his innovation can get standardized, can get incubated, and then can be used as technology transfer for manufacturing industries to actually manufacture the product. So that is something very, very important and interesting. And let me also tell you that tomorrow, in collaboration with CEPAM, the DST government of Rajasthan is actually holding something very, very important on exactly this aspect for all innovators and startups and entrepreneurs of how to convert their invention into innovation, into something which can be commercialized and used for manufacturing. I invite everybody who wants to join us, can look at our Insta and social media pages and our website and join on the link given there for a very, very important discussion with startups. Now, coming back to another crucial factor, which I learned from my negotiations with the India-Canada CEPA negotiations, which were going on some time back when I was involved in those kind of negotiations. Something which is very important when we talk of manufacturing, the ease of doing business becomes very important. The innovation index becomes very important. The R&D becomes very important. What are you investing in at the background becomes very, very important. Before you see the tip of the iceberg, it's very important to see how the iceberg actually looks like below. And for that, for the ice to build up, to be able to project itself above the surface of the ocean, it's very important for a lot of work to go into building up the algorithm if you're talking of the digital space. But more than that, what is important is how do you upscale manufacturing in the country? That is something very, very crucial. If you look at all the trading lines, because one of the important things when you talk of becoming a 5 trillion economy is also how to, how to reduce your trade deficit with countries, which is how to reduce the import. What kind of import are we having? Are these demerit goods, or are these merit goods that are getting imported into the country, depending on where we don't have a competitive advantage? How do we upscale? So in my India-Canada SEPA negotiations, what I learned is the moment you allow Canada any trade line as per the HS codes, they have this huge ability to be upscaled. So if you give them a trade import ability to say up to 1 million Canadian dollars, they had this great ability to be able to, in the next 6 months or 3 months, to be able to upscale it, and they were ready to take over anybody. Say for pulses, for example, if you wanted pulses from Canada, they could do it, upscale. How do you do it? That is dependent on what kind of labor laws do you have in the country. Because we are talking of land, we are talking of labor, we are talking of capital. Come to land. When you talk of industries, how easy is it for you to set up industries in the country, given the ease of business? How easy is it to set up industries in the country? With digitalization, can we look at manufacturing without the use of land? Is it possible? Can we decentralize manufacturing by giving this ability to the citizens itself? By prototyping, is it possible with 3D printing? Can it happen? We have to look at these, out of the box thoughts. Do we need industries to manufacture, or can citizens do a DIY on manufacturing for their own purpose? Is there a process? I know I'm thinking far too ahead. I'm being too futuristic. Will we need gadgets in times to come, which is creating so much of an e-waste? If you look at the TED Talks on the 7D reality or the 5 dimension, you will find that in times to come, probably you won't need laptops, you won't need phones, and there will be so much of research in neuroscience. Are we being able to anticipate, or are we only copy, cut, pasting? So there is a hierarchy in the developed countries and the developing countries in manufacturing and digitization and technology, only because what happens is that despite the fact that we are living in a virtual reality, the hierarchies in terms of the capital invested in research, the expertise that goes into research, continues to maintain this hierarchy, because what has already happened in the West in, say, 2000 is now becoming evident. Tesla Motors was always making electric cars. It's now become a buzz. Tomorrow they'll do something else, and 5 years later down the line, we'll be copying them. We are not able to usher in a futuristic thing, and we are only lagging behind. Things become evident and we continue to manufacture them later. What happens? This time lag needs to get improved in digital technology. Today, the kind of algorithms that we are building, also very important. There is so much of a buzz on how digital processes using algorithms, robotics, and artificial intelligence, VR, AR, MR. But please also look at all the data collection that is happening. I'm reading a very interesting book called Invisible Women. If you want manufacturing to be inclusive, then you also need to have a lot of women on board in how and what gets manufactured, right? So plastic industries, will they survive with all the cancers that is happening, right? With all the kind of EDPs that are entering the body. What about research on new materials? What to manufacture will become very, very important. What kind of sanitary pads to manufacture? Do we need to manufacture sanitary pads, or do we shift to tampons? Everything that is important for the health and the well-being. Also standardization. When you look at the WTO trade negotiations, there is something very important that I want to say for all of us who are here, that our best stuff gets exported. We treat the consumers of the developed and the developing nations who are recipients of our goods more valued than our consumers and citizens in the country, because the best gets exported, because other countries have what you called standards that we need to follow to be able to trade. but we don't have the same standards in the country for our own citizens. I think that needs to change for manufacturing, be it digital manufacturing. And those standards remain in digital technology manufacturing also when we talk of privacy. Our data should not get leaked when we interact, because there's now going to be a whole lot of financial data transactions, which is already happening. So a Jamtara should not happen on any of us, because banks are now hugely invested in online financial transactions. So when you talk of manufacturing, there's a 360-degree look at manufacturing that we need to have. Everything of concern. So, you have to keep man as the citizen of the whole economy, look at his behavioral pattern. And it's not just economics. It's not where the x-axis and the y-axis will meet in the supply and demand change. You also have to look at the behavioral economics. We also have to look at the brilliance bias, the unconscious bias in how data gets collected, what kind of data gets collected. Is it gender disaggregated data? Because when we talk of digitalization, you are talking of inclusivity. When you're talking of manufacturing, you're talking of diversity. And we cannot forget that, because manufacturing has to ease the quality of people's lives and just not lead to hoarding. So that is the change. That is the conceptual envisioning of how the policy architecture needs to be designed. So the design of the policy architecture of why we need to do it is understood. What we need to do it, how we need to do it, whom we need to include in deciding what to do it will become very, very important. And I think this is what I like to say in terms of the philosophical thing. The processes will become more important than the products in times to come. And I think we must look at these processes. See, what is today happening is just one line. What is today happening is that with technology, we are not making an optimum use of technology, right? With all the data that is getting compiled, even in the radiologist labs, in the diagnostic labs, we are not able to health track our health system from one year to the next. How annual medical report done on the 1st of January 2020 and another done on 2021 and 2022. We are, as individuals, we do it financially. We do it in the income tax financially, where our chartered accountants keep track of our financial health. But what are we doing for our physical, mental, emotional well-being? Manufacturing, and more than that, technology and service industry has a lot of contribution to make in that, where the citizen will be the center, because the citizen is what contributes to the GDP. And if you're talking of the happiness quotient, not the human development index, but the happiness development index, then I think your manufacturing, your service industry, even your agri processes will have to keep the citizen at the center of things. And with that, I think laying the philosophical thing, I'm sure there'll be other people who will be talking about this. Please look at data, which is going to be the new one, how you store data, how you use data, how you add value to data, because that is how you're going to empower your citizens. Because data is going to be absolutely important, and it's going to be, how the citizens will interact with the government, and also build citizen government partnerships. You talk of smart, the way we think is women are by default, men are by default and women are by exception. That needs to change, very, very fundamentally in how we understand manufacturing, how we understand work and our home lives, right? So work balance, home life and manufacturing will depend on the kinds of gadgets, will depend on the kind of processes that get inbuilt. Also look at today's, there's a news item, Alexa telling a young lady how to get electrocuted when she's asking for a new challenge. So that is something that we have to be careful about technology as well. So what to do, what not to do will become more important, the Hamiltian question in manufacturing. And I think a policy designs needs to take care of this, and it can only happen when we build inclusivity and diversity in our processes. So thank you very much for having me here. Wonderful speaking to everybody. Please take what resonates with you, and good luck for all other speakers. And to the audiences, thank you very much for joining and sparing your time and for your attentive listening. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable words. And ma'am, can you just speak on few thoughts like Vishal Singh on the chat has it additive manufacturing and industry 4.0 is the future. And Manoj Chaudhary in the chat box has written strategy can only be as good as its execution. Therefore, execution must also improve significantly.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary, I absolutely agree with you. But where there is in our philosophy in life, there's too much of stress on doing and not thinking and not being, right? So policies fail because they become difficult to be executed. So that is also one way of why your strategy fails, because we want to do a top-down approach and say, this is what I think best, so just do it. And there is a backlash, because I've also worked in the field, and I realized something that came on the table and needed to be executed had issues. So there needs to be, the best way to address that is to have a review mechanism, which is not a 5-year review mechanism. Please review your policies, because technology is really changing at a very fast pace, faster than we can think. So there are things which are realities today. Say, for example, the crypto and the Bitcoin is a reality. The NFT in art is a reality today. Non-fungible tokens, right? Tokenism itself is going to be a reality. We don't have a government policy as of now. We are contemplating. So technology will be a reality. The policy is trailing for very obvious reasons, because this innovation, you cannot hold on to innovation. Innovation just happens when it has to happen. When necessity is the mother of invention, it will happen when it has to happen. We have to keep pace with it being able to come up. So I think that is only one side of the story. Please make your policies with as much diversity, as much, if you're doing something on science, have the art people and the commerce people come and critique your policy. There is a term called, it's a combination of arrogance and ignorance, which is called agonaut, where people think they know everything about everything and they don't include diverse people. So do that, and I think everything will become absolutely okay. And additive manufacturing industry 4.5, yes, at the moment, yes. Today, tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow, there's so much. We have to be able to anticipate the future as successful policy architects. Only if we can do that, we can tell you that while for the next 3 years we do this, 3 years later, the reality is going to change, because reality is changing at a very, very fast pace. Sorry, guys, I have to leave. I'm getting a call. So good luck and all the best. And maybe I can handle questions on email or something like that. So thank you very much. I have another meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, audience, for asking all the questions and your queries. Moving to the next session, moving to our first session, I'll request my technical team to take all the speakers on the board. Ramanan sir, in few minutes, we'll be starting our first session.
Thank you, Alka. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome again all the panelists and the audiences in the discussion, Lesson from the Smart Manufacturers, a Thought Leader Perspective. Yeah, Alka.
Can we begin our first session? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I'd like to introduce the panel speakers for this first session, Lessons from Smart Manufacturers, a Thought Leader Perspective. The panel speakers for this session are Shri Ramanan Ramanathan, former First Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission and Additional Secretary Niti Aayog, Srimati Indu Jhakar, IAS, CEO, Zilla Parishad, District Government of Maharashtra, Shri Govind Khattar, General Manager, IT, BSNL, and Mr. David Berman, Vice President, Standards and International, IPC, USA. And Nimesh sir from the Times Tech Print Media will be moderating the session. Sir, kindly take the honor to moderate this session. Nimesh sir, over to you. Sir, you are muted.
Thank you, Alka. My first question is for Mr. Ramanathan, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Sir, could you please tell us about this SMART initiative on which you have been working on in the department and the future roadmap?
Thank you, Nimesh, and good morning to everybody who has logged on to today's call on a topic which is very central to India's economic growth as well as socio-economic growth, I would say. First of all, I do hope that all of you who have logged on are safe and following the practices advocated by your local government, local institutions, and local health authorities to prevent COVID and its variants from striking any one of you. Also, a very, very happy new year to all of you who have connected today. The question is a very important question. We are one of the largest engineering countries in the world. We produce more than 1 million engineers every year from our institutions. We have what they call as a demographic dividend, with 65% of our country under 35 years old in a population of 1.3 billion. We have more than 10,500 engineering and related institutions. We have 39,000 colleges. We have 1.4 million schools, and we have 150 million young students who are entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years. We are also living in a country which is growing rapidly at one of the fastest growing economies of the world, growing at 6 to 8%, barring the COVID-19 crisis during the last year, and is poised to grow anywhere between 8 to 12% in the coming years. We have the advantages of lower costs, but at the same time, it is ironical that our manufacturing sector produces only 16% of our GDP. We only account for less than 2% of the world manufacturing output. And our neighbor China amounts to 10 times of what we are contributing to the world manufacturing. And this is surprising because our wages in our country are lower than that of China, so we are more competitive. We have a huge labor force, which is young. We have, as I said, one of the fastest growing engineering ecosystems in our country. And therefore, there is every opportunity for us to seize this particular opportunity that presents itself to become a manufacturing hub, not only for India, but also for the world. And that's because we are also a country of demand with 1.3 billion people. As the Honorable Prime Minister in his Atmanirbhar Bharat clarion call said, there are 5 factors driving Atmanirbhar Bharat, in which Make in India or manufacturing in India is going to play a central key role. First and foremost, we are talking about the demographic dividend. How do we leverage the pillar of demographic dividend that we talk about? That means our educational systems, our systems that are spreading across 650,000 villages, more than 7,000 small towns and cities, and more than 715 districts. We need to provide quality engineering education, which is leveraging the latest of technologies that is becoming affordable, accessible, available, and advanced. 3D printing is revolutionizing the way you are able to design, conceptualize, prototype, and manufacture a product right in front of your eyes. Robotics is driving the next degree of productivity and automation across the world and in our engineering companies and manufacturing companies. 5G communication technologies and satellite technologies and wireless technologies are enabling large amounts of data to be communicated from point to point, from man to machine to machine, from factory to factory, and from country to country. Augmented reality and virtual reality is enabling IR 4.0 or Industry Revolution 4.0 to become a reality in terms of collaborative designing and collaborative manufacturing. And we have technologies like cloud services and web services, which is enabling the reach and improving the efficiency of our supply chain systems by digitalization. So when we have affordable, accessible, available technology, a fast-growing economy, and a demographic dividend, we have all the ingredients to be able to become the manufacturing hub in the world by resorting to smart manufacturing. And that is how we have to ensure that our engineering teams and our engineering education is able to leverage the latest of technology, which is changing rapidly, and incorporate them into creating the future innovators and job creators of tomorrow. That's how the Atal Innovation Mission has been envisaged, in order to be able to create and promote an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of our country, so that we are able to stimulate and galvanize thousands of job creators, not just job seekers. After all, our country has more than 6.3 lakh MSMEs, 3 lakh crore MSMEs. Now, 70% of our labor force is involved formally or informally in the MSME sector. The MSME sector has the ability to seize upon the smart manufacturing technology changes that are happening across the world, leveraging all the technologies that I talked about. In whatever sector that the Honorable IAS officer Mugdha referred earlier. If you take agriculture, how do we ensure that we create precision agriculture using IoT, sensor-based technologies and big data analytics and microelectronics to be able to create high degree of agricultural output, reduce the cost of agriculture, and be able to ensure that the productivity as well as the ability of the farmer to reach to the distant parts of the planet in terms of his product or his commodities is enabled. The second thing is, how do we leverage the second pillar, the pillar of infrastructure, smart infrastructure. So in order to do smart infrastructure, the Honorable Prime Minister has urged that not only should we ensure that our physical infrastructure is smart, which means we need smart cities, smart villages, smart transportations, smart energy systems, smart waste management system, smart water management, smart affordable housing. All of these involve technology, whether it is sensor technologies or electronics and so on. This can trigger a huge growth in the micro, small, medium enterprises in electronic design, in ESDM, as they call electronic system design and manufacturing. In fact, the NPE policy of the government has initiated a huge PLI-based scheme for electronic system design and manufacturing. We can become the design engineers of the world. Not only should we focus on the physical infrastructure, which should become smart, but we should also ensure that they are enhanced by the digital infrastructure so that we are able to ensure digital supply chains, leveraging AI, big data analytics, and blockchain technologies to be able to securely and safely be able to market our products and our services from Sikkim to San Francisco, from Salem to Seattle, or from Jodhpur to Japan. That is the possibility with digital transformation. The third pillar that he has identified, where smart manufacturing can play a big role, is that in fulfilling the demand, the pillar of demand. We have 1.3 billion people. We are spread over 650,000 villages. We are spread over 715 districts, and we have 8,000 plus small towns and cities, and only 8 tier 1 cities. We cannot afford the complete flocking and migration of all these people into these 8 tier 1 cities. And therefore, it is important to create thousands of hubs of innovation and job creation. Now, how do we do that? We can create my MSME smart manufacturing centers across, focusing on the local industry. Take, for example, in Goa. How do we inspire innovation and entrepreneurship in the local fishing industry, in the local shipbuilding industry, in the local tourism industry, in the local cashew nut or precision agriculture industry, or in the local mining industry? Now, these are all opportunities in and around Goa. Similarly, if you take Sikkim or Jodhpur and so on and so forth, we can focus on creating and tapping into the local expertise of people and the local availability of resources to be able to create smart manufacturing hubs and spokes to be able to develop our economy. The fourth pillar he talked about is the pillar of socio-economic progress. We have a tremendous opportunity to ensure that we balance the digital divide and we fill the gaps that the digital divide is creating or the economic divide is creating across the country. Out of 715 districts, we have 115 which are aspirational districts, which are at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of basic access to healthcare, education, clean drinking water, sanitation, waste management, and so on. Each of these are ripe for leveraging smart technologies and smart solutions, thereby triggering the growth of smart manufacturing in these areas. And finally, the pillar of technology. The pillar of technology is one which glues all the other four pillars that I talked about: the pillar of demographic dividend, the pillar of demand, the pillar of infrastructure, and the pillar of socioeconomic progress, to be able to create solutions that can position India as a manufacturing hub of the future. It is indeed tremendous that we have initiated in the government, in the Niti Aayog, many initiatives, including the Atal Innovation Mission, where thousands of tinkering labs have been set up across the country so that our young school students from grade 6 to grade 12 are tinkering with technology, are tinkering with smart technologies, with do-it-yourself kits, whether they be in 3D printing, robotics, IoT, or miniaturized electronics or augmented virtual reality, and they're creating solutions for problems they see in and around the community. And when they go into the universities, we are setting up hundreds of incubators. We have today in India more than 800 incubators, more than 55,000 startups. We have more than 60 unicorns which have sprung up in the last couple of years. And we are among the top 46 in the Global Innovation Index. Ms. Mukta talked about ease of business, increasing investment in innovation and R&D by the government, and in being able to spur the innovators of tomorrow. We are also setting up Atal Community Innovation Centers across the country. And these Atal Community Innovation Centers are enabling the benefit of innovation to come to the local villages and the local rural cities, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities of our country. Because unless we develop rural India, and there is a great opportunity of leveraging, for example, solar panel, IoT-based irrigation management systems for precision agriculture in our remote parts of our country. These are, and with ISRO opening up, our defense sector opening up, the defense corridor being set up, and e-Gati being announced by the government, there are huge number of opportunities for the manufacturing centers across the country to sprout and to be able to leverage all of these changes that are required in our country for the future. I'm sure you're going to hear many more such opportunities being discussed today. But I think this is the time. Today is Swami Vivekananda's birthday. And on his day, I would like to urge, let us all arise, awake, and stop not till our goals are reached. Can we ensure that we arise to the opportunities, the smart manufacturing opportunities and the challenges that are there in India and across the world? Let us awaken in us that energy, that talent, that creativity that has always been a part of the Indian DNA, but which needs to find great expression in the years ahead. And let us stop not till the Atmanirbhar Bharat goals and the Make in India goals of the country are reached. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this occasion.
Thank you so much, sir. We can see Govind Khattar, sir, is also on board. Sir, please open your camera. Sir, can you hear me? I think he can't hear me. Okay, so there are many questions in the chat box. After that, Nimesh sir will be moderating you. So the first question is, sir, how to get a better strategy for successful design service companies?
Sir, Ramanan sir is muted.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes, sir. How to get a better strategy for a successful design service companies?
Actually, there is a huge opportunity for design service companies in India because we have lagged behind in the manufacturing capability that has been built in the nation, and that needs to be built up, as I said, through through leveraging technology. But in terms of electronic system design, that is an area that is growing very fast. In fact, because if you see many of the IT companies themselves, and we have a $190 billion IT/ITES industry, one of the fastest growing areas is in embedded systems and design, where we are able to design the electronics, we are able to design the PCBs, we are able to design microsystems, which will fit into the larger systems that are being populating the world everywhere. Every solution today is filled with technology, and technology is becoming more and more miniaturized and is getting integrated into multiple devices, and because of this convergence of computing, communications, and big data analytics. So processing power is increasing in the chips. At the same time, miniaturization is enabling it to be designed in local places. And then when you have 3D printing and so on, you're able to conceptualize and manufacture something in front of your eyes, test it out before it goes into production. So that is a huge opportunity. But what we need is two areas of focus. One, in the educational systems, we need to ensure that there is a gap between what the academic institutions teach and what the industry needs. And there has to be a close relationship between the industry and the academic institutions to fill that gap, what we call as the job enabling gap, which is missing today in many of the institutions. So there needs to be a close partnership on that. Secondly, every organization should set up a design lab. Design thinking has not got integrated into our teaching systems yet to the extent that it should. And design thinking is crucial if you want to provide design-based services and so on. So that is something that even organizations can launch into within their own organization, but the institutions should take it up in a much more aggressive manner.
So our next question is from Amit Raghav. The question is, what platform has the government initiated that will protect and guide the innovators and new manufacturers on the regulations?
Well, I think regulations will continue to evolve, and it is. And when you talk about electric vehicles, and you're talking about emission control, and you're talking about climate changes, you're going to have a lot of new regulations coming, right? So one is the technology part of it, which has to evolve in order to meet the regulatory requirements. Secondly, there will be other regulations related to the government has already initiated. For the startup community, for example, there is a government e-marketplace where all the startups which are registered with Startup India or MSME units, they can register, and the government becomes an automatic buyer of your product or service as long as you're registered on the marketplace and you're competitive. And the startups and the MSMEs have certain additional freedom. They are given additional flexibility because they may not have the experience that other large companies have. And so they are given a certain advantage in terms of positioning their product and services. If you refer to Startup India policies and GEM policies, that will become very clear.
Thank you, sir. And Sir Sriram Rangarajan is asking, sir, what do you see blockchain technology and machine learning role in manufacturing?
Oh, well, it's going to be very, very important because almost every solution that you're seeing today is incorporating elements of artificial intelligence and machine learning. What is machine learning? It is just the ability of a machine to be able to gather more and more data and intelligence, and with a back-end data analytics and algorithms, you are able to make sense out of that data, and you are able to learn about it and then train the system to do more and more intelligent work. So it's a robot, or it's a device which is gathering more and more data, analyzing it, correcting itself, and improving upon its own efficiency and learning. So this is going to become a feature of almost everything. You see our mobile phones, they are now able to intelligently track. If you take cameras on the laptop, they are able to actually move internally when you are moving around and be able to gather, like Facebook portal already has incorporated all of that. And then you have all these Siri technologies and Alexa technologies, which is getting integrated into everything. So I think machine learning is very important. It should become an integral part of the learning of every engineering student. Blockchain technology, on the other hand, is going to play a very important role in distribution systems, supply chain management systems, and bring the necessary security that is required. I mean, today you do not have accountability or traceability of your end-to-end transaction over the network. And blockchain enables you to bring that end-to-end visibility and traceability of every transaction, whether it is a payment transaction, whether it is a supply transaction. For example, you want to know whether the pharmaceutical drug that you received is manufactured by the person on which the label is put. And there would be a mechanism of tracking over the network that this medicine that you received is indeed authentic and been authentically manufactured and it's not a fake drug. So there are many, many ways of deceiving the network, and blockchain technology is going to play a very important role in preventing that deception.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one more question is from Purushottam. How do you see the XR, extended reality opportunities in manufacturing-based startup product companies?
Oh, augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality are going to be extraordinarily important in the future of manufacturing. Why is that? First and foremost, you are able to not only see what you are seeing, but you are also able to see, for example, collaborative design. If two of you are designing a particular product, you are in your factory and you want to collaborate with somebody from at some other location, using AR, VR, and similar technologies, you are not only able to collaboratively design and see the same product being designed, both of you are seeing the same thing, but also you are able to use extended reality to be able to gather more information at the time of designing or manufacturing or creating a concept paper and so on, because of your ability to be able to project it into and access the internet and so on and so forth. So there are huge opportunities for AR and VR. Take, for example, in tech maintenance, when you're maintaining some product for an aeroplane or whatever, when you are actually operating with some part, you are able to see the entire 3D view of the part. You are able to access some manual or user manual additionally because of AR, VR, and you are able to get all the information at the spot to be able to do a quality maintenance and a quality job of repair. So there are many, many applications of AR, VR, and XR, and that's now going to become integral in not only in diagnosis, but also in quality improvement as well as technical support.
Thank you, sir. And Arjun Teke is asking, do we have any plant built already in India for manufacturing single board computer system on modules and protocol controllers like display?
Probably the question has to be somewhat more specific on what aspect, because we do not, to my knowledge, there are component manufacturers who are doing all of that. There is assembly operations which are happening, but a full end-to-end manufacturing of there is this activity going on in the IITs. The Simputer was one example where they were building that end-to-end, all the capabilities from the chip to the board to the electronics and so on. But today, India is more focusing on, or many Indian companies are focusing on component manufacturing, component design, and in assembly of the end-to-end product.
Okay, so and the last question is, how can we find which products have to manufacture smart way?
I think every product has to be manufactured a smart way. If you want to be globally competitive, you have to see how you can leverage technology to the hilt in being able to improve your manufacturing process, your quality process, your supply chain process, and your distribution process. So you need to leverage technology in all of this. Otherwise, all the others who are doing it, for example, already small countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam, and so on, they are gaining the edge in one area which we have been very good at, in textiles, in tailoring, in manufacturing finished goods and so on, because they're leveraging technology, they're leveraging CAD/CAM, they're leveraging robotics in the textile process, manufacturing process, and the fashion process. So unless you're starting to leverage technology and learn how to use technology, you will be left behind.
Okay, thank you, sir. And over to Nimesh, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Are you audible? Yeah, good to hear that, sir. Thank you for sharing your experience with our audience and to us, sir. And now we are moving toward Govind Khattar, sir. Yeah, Mr. Govind, sir, can you please open your camera? Yeah, Mr. Govind, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Govind, sir. Sir, my voice is not coming.
Yeah, Govind, sir, you are not audible.
Yeah, is it audible, sir? You listen me? And now I think it's audible, sir. Please say something.
हाँ लगा दीजिए ये सुनो खाना है जरा
Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Govind, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून
Yeah, and welcome on board to sir. For our audience, I would like to tell Mr. Govind sir is a general manager in IT BSNL, and I would like to ask a question from you, sir. That please tell us about your overall experience during and post pandemic, and what has changed in terms of the digital transformation.
See, pandemic, the things were actually we were able to do in physical form also. So many things we were comfortable in doing the physical form, like file movement, etc. That we were doing in the physical forms. So as it happens, but post pandemic we have learned then how to go digital and how to use e-files, and we have try to make the things as contactless as possible. And like people, as you know, everywhere there is a concept of work from home also. Pre-pandemic, people were going physically to the office and doing the work, their office work. So post-pandemic, that things have changed. Many things which not required physically presence of the employees in the office has been able to do over digital format. They can do on laptop, they can do via their mobile and various platforms. So these are the things which has, of course, things have changed so many other ways also. These are the two major things. Yeah, that's please. I'm not able to hear now.
My second question is what are the lessons from digital transformation we should learn and implement?
See, digital transformation is that we should learn that like certain things digital transformation has reduced the cost of working also in so many ways. Like things which were requiring office environment and use of electricity and ACs in summertime and heaters in winter time. So that thing, that cost has been reduced by people are doing from work from home. And somehow the work efficiencies of the employees are also increased, because see, in the office you can ask people for working 8 hours, 10 hours or so, but in work from home scenario, the people are available maybe more than that. Some people may be available for 15 hours, 16 hours. So these are the things which has I feel there is a difference has come. And digital transformation has, of course, brought so many things fast also. Things can move fast, like physical movement of things take times, but digitally, if you send, supposing if you send a document by digital mode, whether it's through email or WhatsApp or any other media, it can move in a few seconds time. And you can if people are online, otherwise you can contact them over phone or other modes, and these things can be expedited. So things have become fast and the cost effective also. So that is the major change that I see. Please.
Yeah, good to hear that, sir, and share your experience with us, sir. Alka, do you have any question to us and Mr. Ramanathan, sir?
Yes, sir, there is only one question in the chat. If we have an innovative MVP which can challenge premium products in the market, how shall we get a support from government for further investment? Govind sir, can you hear me?
Please come again.
Okay. If we have an innovative MVP which can challenge premium products in the market, how shall we get a support from the government for further investment?
See, government can give support as far as possible. Government is always there to support its citizens, its manufacturer, and this thing. There are limitations also. Government can supposingly, like in the pandemic area, the pandemic time, there has been lockdown and this thing. So government has given quite relaxation in certain things like physical. You see, not only in our industry also, you see that in transport authority, license making, people has to go physically over there and be in queue. But you see, so many things have now become online, and the government has given the support to the citizens, and they have done ease of things by people can upload their documents, and other means they can do the things, and things can be materialized. And so many things like renewal of license and learner license and this thing, they have been made possible without physically visiting the transport authority office. So like in our company also, we had done so many things that possible without physical presence of the customers or the vendors in the offices. They can do their online methods, and they can upload the documents and this thing, and over the call or over the email or over the WhatsApp, those things can be followed up, and things can be more expedited and can be done without the contact. And that means the contactless. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can add to that, to what Mr. Gobind said, actually there are a number of platforms that the government offers to be able to showcase your product or innovation in a particular area. Take for example, in Atal Innovation Mission, they periodically launch what are known as Atal New India Challenges and Atal Applied Research and Innovation for Small Enterprise Challenges, called ARISE Challenges. The ARISE challenges are from a concept to a minimum viable prototype. So if you have the challenge to the challenge, and these challenges are launched in different areas, manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and so on and so forth. So if you have a product or a prototype, a minimum viable prototype that you have already developed, you could respond to this challenge, and the government gives up to 1 crore of grant for being able to take on that idea and convert it into a field deployable prototype that can be further commercialized. The second is called ANIC challenges, Atal New India challenges. And in these New India challenges, if you already have a working prototype and you want to commercialize it into a product, then the government again gives a grant of anywhere between 1 to 2 crores based upon the requirement of the product, as well as based upon the appropriateness to the market. Now, this is one of the ways. The second is, if you have a minimum viable product, you should approach any one of these 400 plus incubators that the government has set up so that they become a vehicle. They get what is known as Startup Seed Fund from Startup India. And that Startup Seed Fund is given at the discretion of the quality of the innovation to the incubator who presents that as a viable product that requires funding. So that is the, so Startup India, now I also believe Startup India is launching a new challenge. So that is the second way. The third is MeitY launches every year challenges to recognize new startups and new innovators and new entrepreneurs. In the last MeitY challenge that was launched along with the Atal Innovation Mission, we had more than 3,000 respondents to challenges. They were particularly in products or apps and so on and so forth. But now that is getting extended to even hardware, manufacturing, and so on. So that's the third way. So, and finally, I want to encourage anyone who has a minimum viable product, please send the details of the product to the Science and Technology vertical in NITI Aayog. You have a very sharp set of very senior researchers and scientists who are part of the evaluation, and if it merits consideration, they will definitely take it up and see how they can support you further. So these are all various ways in which you can reach across.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience with us. And Alka, do you have any further more questions to ask?
Yeah, one more question is in their chat box. Is our Indian industry ready to adopting Industry 4.0? Is there any company fully implemented in your view? In how many years down the line this become a clear reality?
Well, actually, if I may answer that question, I think number of companies are already on the way of implementing IR 4.0 in some manner or the other. Some world-class manufacturing is also available in India. Bharat Forge, for example, has set up one of the world-class forging manufacturing companies in the world, and they leverage technology, all the latest technologies. They also leverage a scientific approach. They employ some of the best scientists, and they are a leader in the world. And therefore, there are many companies today. The Tata Group, for example, Tata Motors, and so on. They are, it's a global company, and so they are leveraging lean manufacturing, and they're leveraging smart manufacturing and IR 4.0 technologies in everything that they do. If you see the latest Tata cars that have been rolled out, they're all having some of the latest designs, which is a result of automation, electronics, as well as the features in them. So yeah, it's happening.
I will add to this, Mr. Ramanujam, as he said, I've seen so many other companies also, like Reliance Group companies. They have also done very good efforts in the Reliance 4.0 and
exactly
doing the smart manufacturing. And in our manufacturing in BSNL also, we are having smart manufacturing in our telecom factories. So things are moving in a positive direction, and hopefully see the everything has got plus point and also negative points also. The pandemic has come, but it has given us lesson to learn in a digital way. and people are moving, and they are using the technology, and like as I said, many companies have file system they have made to e-file and this thing. So people are learning, and in manufacturing industries also people are coming the way how the things can be done the contactless, and more contactless, and how to use the technology to advance the manufacturing technology, and have the better output, and with the, of course, there is the drawback that some people may say, earlier we may be requiring 1,000 people, now maybe requiring 800 people or so. But you know that since the turnover of the company can increase, and it can, instead of having 1,000 people to 800 people, it can have 1,200 people, because it can increase the turnover. And so there are so many plus points that we see, and Industry 4.0 is definitely a boon to the economy. And in coming years, we will see many more companies like, as Ramanujan sir has said, Tata Company and Bharat Forge. So many other companies are also there. Of course, we may not be knowing, but they are behind the scene. They may be working very well, and they will be giving lessons, and they will be giving a path to the other companies, so that they can move ahead and use the technology and boost the economy of the country.
Yeah, and also I just want to add, there are many companies from India who are servicing ISRO and defense and so on, and they are world-class manufacturing capabilities. Many of them are even exporting electronics outside. So you cannot do that if you don't incorporate IR 4.0 in your operations. So I think there is a tremendous opportunity, and that is the way of the future. It has to happen. If a company wants to be in any segment, how do they leverage technology for increasing the intelligence of their operation and the manufacturing and the supply chain, as well as the distribution network and so on? All of that becomes an integral part.
One more thing, as sir has given the supply chain also, like in distribution also, I give the example of Maruti. Maruti just had, as I know, my peers are working over there, so they have utilized in their sales, marketing, distribution also, and use of technology and the use of digitalization has definitely helped the boost to their sales and boost in their distribution setup. So definitely the time will come, then we will see more and more in other sectors also, and this will give boost to the economy further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts. And Alka, I saw that there is one more question in chat box.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Arjun Teki is asking, do we have any programs for startups who are into RISCV processes design? I see only IIT Madras has funded Government of India. Any plans or programs for RISCV from early startups?
I think there is, many of the universities in India, not just IIT Madras, but all the other universities, all the other IITs, or even the IISc and NITs, they would be taking on the latest of processor designs, whether it is RISC-V based or whether it is other emerging technologies. So I think you just have to talk to various universities and the funding is not necessarily only from the government. You have a lot of multinational partners who are also wanting to fund, partners like the Tata Group or Wipro, Infosys, and so on, who are getting into these spaces of embedded system design. Engineering companies, we have so many of local multinationals operating in India with their manufacturing hubs, whether it is Boeing, whether it is Siemens, whether it is GE. These are all companies which are having their R&D centers here. So I'm sure, and they're also funding a whole lot of programs in various universities. So I'm sure you'll be able to find, if you just go and talk to the universities or even talk to these companies.
Yeah, one more thing I would like to add, that Government of India is doing the funding also, and even for the like startups, or as there's some small companies in the pandemic time also, government announced the scheme of moratorium, and of course there are government 100% cannot fund, as Ramanujam sir has also told. There are many more private funders also, there are multinational funders also, and people have come. There are so many other means that has come. So many apps are also there which are doing the funding also. Of course, for smart manufacturers, MSME, and this government has got various schemes also, and government is again committed to give more and more benefits to the small manufacturers or smart manufacturers, and so that they can prosper and do their entrepreneurship, their manufacturing, and bring a healthy economic growth. Thanks.
So I can see one more question. Purushottam is asking, we have developed a most powerful, efficient sound speakers, 10x lesser consumption than any other product in the global market. We need some support and directions to commercialize it. Whom to approach and how to get the support?
Like I said, they could please send the details of that to Niti Aayog. They could also send it to me. I can connect them to some appropriate people who may be interested in that. But I think if they talk to the various department of DPIIT or MeitY and so on, you just write to them. They are very, very supportive and they're very responsive. So, and I'll be very happy to help if at all there is any such opportunity for me to help them.
And so one more question. Okay. Ashish Jadhav is asking, do we have any platform where we can find our essential products need to manufacture so they can encourage us, and government also found us to manufacture with Industry 4.0?
You see, we are, it's unfortunate with 1 million engineers coming out of a country. We are number 2. Electronic imports is number 2 in terms of the amount of imports. We're importing more than $50 billion worth every year of electronic parts and electronic components and so on. Anything that we are importing is a candidate for local design, local manufacturing. But of course, we have to be competitive and we have to raise the quality standard in the market. Unless we are globally competitive, people will still continue to import. Unless we meet the quality standards that are there outside, they will continue to import. So you have to look at, and a whole lot of component manufacturing, electronic component manufacturing can be done in India. The design can be done here, the manufacturing can be done here. Partnerships are key. Partnership with either universities or manufacturing companies and so on. I think there are a lot of PLIs or production linked incentives that is being offered by the government. So the question is not, I think it is an easy question to answer, what should we manufacture? The question should be, how are we going to make it competitive? Because if you find a valuable substitute for any import, I mean, the whole market becomes yours because people will start buying from you. So I think the number of, you don't need to go through or you can go through the list of what is the imports that is published by the government, and then you will know that these are all the components being imported. Talk to any defense establishment or to satellite and communication companies. They are, BSNL, for example, would know what are the things that are being imported and which can be locally designed and manufactured here.
Yeah, as sir said, we know we have also, government has also given support for indigenization, like 4G equipments and all that, and we are coming up a big way for getting the indigenous equipments. So that will also, its government definitely given us a direction, guidance and instructions and all support, so that the Indian manufacturers are also get thrived up, and their products can be utilized, and India does not depend on the imported equipment only, and it will soon have more and more Indian manufacturers, and those who will cater to the Indian needs, and maybe they will also export in future also, I expect. And I am really thankful to the government support and this thing. So and that will of course give benefit to the customers also. Since see, if the Indian manufacturers we get something for 1,000 rupees from an Indian manufacturer, foreign manufacturer, they would definitely charge 1,500 or 2,000. So it will give the cost reduction, and that will be passed to the Indian citizens. So that is a big way. The things are going in a positive direction, and Niti Aayog and Government of India is definitely giving a boost to the Indian economy, and it has also helped BSNL and other government companies also to have their cost reduction and have the Indian manufacturers products. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Nimish sir, would you
Okay.
like to add something over here?
No, it's thanks for the thoughtful thought, sir, and I welcome their answer, and good to hear that. And now I would like to invite Mr. David Bergman, Vice President, Standard and International Relation (IPC), to join to present the topic IPC CFX, the Industry 4.0 Standard for Electronics Manufacturers.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dave Bergman. I am Vice President of Standards and Technology for IPC, and it's an honor to be able to talk to you today about IPC standardization activity, our efforts to help the industry build electronics better through our efforts on Factory of the Future, and specifically on IPC CFX. So I will start sharing a presentation now. So we have been engaged in an investment in Factory of the Future for 2 years now. We have been focusing in many areas to help the industry build electronic better, as well as they prepare their company to be a factory of the future. And we'll talk specifically on IPC CFX and how that plays an important role in this. So IPC is a standards development organization and has been for many years. We are member driven, many participants in our standardization activity. We currently have over 3,000 member companies that participate in the program globally, and we've been involved in standardization since about 1959. And then in China, our activities started in late 1997, and we have standardization activities taking place as well in Europe and China. Our headquarters we were founded in North America in 1957. We have European offices starting in 2004. We've been in China with multiple offices since 2002, and footprint in both India as well as Southeast Asia and Bangkok. We're supported by many member companies and work in many areas of many industry segments. So we have the original equipment manufacturers that are supporting our standard activities in the aerospace industry, in automotive, in consumer electronics. We have electronic manufacturing companies such as Benchmark, Flex, Celestica, and Foxconn, as well as then the PCB manufacturers and their supply chain, the material suppliers, equipment suppliers, etc. We talk to our customers about the use of IPC standards. We use a tool called Tech Validate to get their feedback, and we have found many positive responses. 92% support the statement that they use IPC standards because their customers feel it helps them deliver better quality. 87% of the quality departments are using the standards. The top 3 benefits are customer satisfaction, production efficiency, and workforce performance. We have a large portfolio of standards, actually hundreds. This is a small standards tree, and the most popular standards are noted in color in the center, starting at the design series of data transfer from the customer to the manufacturer, to the design of the board itself, to the materials that go into the board, the manufacturing of the board, the manufacturing of the assembly, wire harnesses, and then the final enclosures. So there are many support standards that work to support those individual ones, where it's surface finishes or additional design standards or assembly materials, the soldering, solderability, etc. And so we have hundreds of standards that help companies build product in the electronics manufacturing chain. We have had a list of many companies that have been using standards for a long period of time. 50% have been using them more than 20 years to help them build electronics better. So we started investing in the Factory of the Future effort about a couple years ago. The goal was to put a more focused effort to help industry achieve the vision of Industry 4.0, having companies collaborate with each other, develop modernization plans, and implement automation activities to help them be more efficient. This led us to standardization efforts in many new areas. These standards are started from different regions of the world. Digital Twins 2551 started in North America. The Hermes Standard 9852 was European-led. The 2552 on model-based definitions. This is currently being developed by IPC members in China, and a variety of other ones that we're looking at for the factory exchange tracing that we'll talk about more, CFX, traceability, things about component level authentication for counterfeit, protection against counterfeit, cybersecurity, etc. Many things related to moving of design and information in the manufacturing process. So there are course, you've heard of Industry 4.0, and many of these standards fit the overall platform to help companies implement more data-driven factories. But there's also good old-fashioned engineering to make sure your factory is working well, and so we see that will continue. We expect that companies will move into factory automation slowly. There'll be because it is expensive to put in new equipment, so expect that there will be ranges of implementations by different companies in 2 to 5 and 10-year type of implementation plans. We see a growing level as more data can be passed through the supply chain, starting from an individual company to multiple companies working together in a single supply chain. So the OEM customer working with their PCB supplier and their EMS supplier to reduce or to achieve faster cycle time, faster time to market, moving to where the entire manufacturing industry can work together to create larger volumes, create a global supply chain. Not too many companies currently thinking this far yet, but we see this as an inevitable future as companies work to build electronics globally. So we started building a new solution to focus on factory of the future. Certainly we have 20 years of what we would consider to be conventional technology, the soldering, the creation of the assemblies, but we wanted to focus more on data-driven or data-based activities to help with automation. So we've pulled together a number of industry work groups and associations to collaborate on gathering information on Factory of the Future and presenting that at different conferences, put more focus on our trade show, technical conference on F2. We've pulled together a Chief Technologist Council with subject matter experts from some of the largest OEMs in the world. We'll talk more about CFX and the digital standards that we're trying to use to help industry with F2. Some of the ones that we've started already to try and create ROI-driven solutions. We recognize that the need for management of data is very high. This led us to focus early on in the CFX area, but spending time in digital twin and digital product model exchange. There are many other of these bullet points where there are committee and standards discussions taking place within IPC committees. So we have the digital twin, we have cybersecurity currently underway. So this list of the technology stack and the data required will be an effort that continues within the organization. So I'd like to switch now and focus on the 2591. This standard is at the heart of IPC's F2 efforts. It's not the first standard. We have had multiple generations of data communication standards within the IPC. This does have some unique decision points, which we feel help CFX be positioned to help industry more than any other standard that we have developed. Certainly, OEM customers and manufacturers are expecting to use data to help them be more efficient, being able to control their manufacturing processes and reduce their overall costs. When we were discussing the standard CFX, the goal initially key goals were plug and play. We wanted to be able to buy a machine from multiple different vendors, to recognize that it would speak a common language on delivery, and wanted to be able to have data that could be transmitted both ways, from a software system to the machine, from the machine to the software system, from machine to machine. And have this available that when you ordered a piece of equipment with a standardized language, you got what you expected and it worked out of the box, true plug and play. And that was the goal of the CFX standard. Companies spend a lot of time controlling their process by use of upper and lower control limits, monitoring what's going on in their factory. This is done at many levels within companies. The goal is to be able to extend beyond one piece of equipment to multiple pieces of equipment, and essentially look at the entire line, end up with various dashboards that can give someone a quick view of the health of the manufacturing line, and then use machine learning to attempt to increase efficiency and lower cost. This was a goal of CFX, to be able to enable these type of activities. The goal was simple, is to have a standard language where all of these machines, machine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to machine N, could communicate in a known language with a known set of messages, and then take those to various software handling systems, manufacturing execution systems. But also down the line, while it may be not initially out of the box, have the ability from a machine to machine feedback loop. So theoretically, a inspection system could be driving and communicating correction information to a manufacturing piece of equipment. So this is the goal, and CFX and the choices we made allowed multiple direction paths of collection of data, so that it could be consumed in various locations. So many of the standards that are involved in data transfer focus on the pipe itself, and they limit. So you have a standardized protocol for transmitting data. But if you look then at what information is transmitted by that protocol, every company has their ability to put whatever they want in there. And so you don't have clean data. You have a clean pipe, but not clean data. So when you look at the end, the company or your customer doesn't know what to expect. You've managed to have a standard protocol, but you're not transmitting standardized messages. And so the IPC committees wanted to focus on the standardizing the messages. We spent 2 years trying to address a very important aspect, is what protocol to use. We wanted to be able to have secure data. Everyone is concerned about potential hacking and such. And so using the protocol used by the banking industry, AMQP, it was the selected source. This also allows for fast transfer of information, allows for point-to-point information without the need to go through a broker. And so this was really important, an important decision in the use of CFX. We had a very light encoding. We're very well known using JSON. And then the standardized messages was a very key decision point. The goal was to create a standard set of messages that could be used in various parts of the manufacturing process. And so these messages can be produced in one location and consumed in another. And so in going down all of the messages that get created, each one can have a different area where they are used. These can be consumed by different pieces of equipment and or manufacturing execution systems, but the messages say the same. And so we can look at the CFX standard and say there's many materials related messages, and someone can go through and say, okay, yes, I understand what this message is and where I might want to consume that in my process. We spent 2 years deciding talking about the AMQ protocol. Very important. We took the time to pick that individual format. And then we started doing demonstrations, and these demonstrations were done all over the world, US and Europe, in China, and the goal was to be able to show that different companies could be communicating in CFX from around the world or through the cloud, etc., and being able to transmit and receive these messages. And so we've been demonstrating this successfully since essentially Productronica 2017 was our first attempt. We have the opportunity with the IPC committee to revise the document. We're trying to release versions on a 6-month basis as new messages get added. So the standard will evolve as the industry finds new ways to use the information that gets captured. The nice part about it is that these messages are provided in open source websites on GitHub, and companies can see those, be aware of what's involved, and determine how they might be used in their piece of equipment. So we have a standard committee, Connected Factory Exchange. We have local committees both in North America, Europe, as well as in China, to be able to discuss this in various local languages as well as local time zones. We've had hundreds of companies that participate in this, and we've gone through multiple versions. One of the key decisions took place in version 1.3 in March of this year. This was creating a standardized message set for various endpoints or pieces of equipment. So there is a standard set of required messages for a pick and place machine. That will be different than the standard mandatory messages that an AOI machine sees. And so what we wanted a company to be able to know, if I'm a customer, when I buy a piece of equipment and I'm expecting it to meet version 1.3 of CFX, I'm going to know what messages that machine will be able to produce or consume. And so we have continued to grow this, and we're expecting that we'll have version 1.4 out by the end of the year. We have many companies that are supporting the standard and have noted as being a supporter since the early development days of this. We break these into a number of categories, whether it's the equipment or software suppliers, because certainly both sides of that manufacturing effort requires a CFX interface. And there are companies that are supporting this from the manufacturing side. They're looking to help drive this to make their manufacturing operation more efficient. Another key aspect of support for this standard is the creation of a qualification program to make sure that an equipment supplier or a software supplier has a well-implemented manufacturing or well-implemented CFX implementation. We created a validation and qualification site. What this did was enabled us to have companies connect to a cloud-based tool, evaluate their CFX implementation, have this check against the mandatory list of messages required for that input. And if they judged that they were able to pass qualification, they could run a qualification routine and receive a qualification statement when it's done. And so we had these 3 companies in China that did this earlier this year. These 3 companies were the first 3 in China to receive the QPL listing for their pieces of equipment for CFX. We have tried to build an infrastructure for support for CFX. We have the written standard itself. The messages are on GitHub. We have online training courses for CFX for those people that want to get to up to speed quickly. We have the self-validation tool, and if support is needed, we have a consulting service program if somebody needs detailed support. And then in the end, we inform the rest of the industry as to successful implementations by listings on our qualified products list. These companies have gone through and qualified their equipment and are listed on the QPL. The ones at the bottom are ones that are currently in process, more to come, and we will continue to release information as the companies are successfully qualified. This is the link of where the certification comes from. This is fairly small, but there's 27 and growing companies that are currently on the QPL. They can be searched by company name and or equipment type, and we will continue to maintain that. We feel that this is the best way to have companies know what they're going to get when they're buying a piece of equipment that they know is qualified and is on the QPL. So what's happening as far as implementation? This one's my staff team in China asked me to talk some about this. We have been talking to many companies. We have not had companies ready to help us with a white paper to show publicly what they're currently working on, but we have many companies that we've been talking about that we know are actively working on CFX implementation. There's an EMS company in California. We expect that they will be talking publicly at our Apex trade show in January 2022 about their implementation efforts. We have aerospace OEMs in the US we know are pushing their equipment companies to have CFX interfaces. We know that 4 of the top 10 EMS companies globally are active in working CFX projects internally. Now, these big these big EMS, they're not changing everything over, but they're certainly beginning to implement this, see how their companies can benefit from this, and then they can expand out after they have done some initial trials. I've done 6 presentations to EMS companies in Europe who've talked about how CFX, they've been asking a lot of questions as to how CFX can help them. And then there is an industry consortium in the UK who has been very helpful in CFX implementation. This is the Manufacturing Technology Center, and we're working with them to try and for older pieces of equipment that may not have the ability to update all the software, to try and build some add-on boxes. We're designing an add-on box so that rudimentary information about CFX can be pulled off of legacy equipment. So a lot of work being done by members of industry to try and help CFX be more effectively used by our members. As I mentioned, we've had a number of demonstrations over the years. This includes multiple activities in US, in Europe, at the LEAP show in China. And so to try and show what CFX can do, we've done physical manufacturing lines in US, in in Europe and in China. So it's been very exciting to be able to see CFX in action on a trade show floor. This particular slide was from the LEAP show a couple years ago. We did a demonstration, and all of these companies are supporting CFX, and certainly everybody's interested to look at how this might help and get a feel for how Factory of the Future may work. This was one manufacturing line, and the host structure as to how this was working. This was from the LEAP show. We have something very similar for Apex and SMT in Nuremberg and Prototronica, where we had a connected factory exchange. We had dozens of pieces of equipment communicating actively, and you could monitor the progress on these various pieces of equipment on the mobile phone of the participants in the show. And so we had a lot of success in the demonstrations here. So our goal is to support electronics manufacturing, to try and gather information and help the EMS companies make quicker calls, eliminate false calls, provide opportunities to add artificial intelligence to even be faster and better, and trying to help the companies support their operators with AI tools to be more efficient. So to have clean data that's well understood, that can actually then be used to create feedback loops is something that we see as the future for CFX. Thank you for the opportunity from TIMA to talk to you about CFX today, and I do hope you will take a look at this standard, determine how it may help your company in the future.
Thank you, David sir, for such a great presentation. And I think Govind sir is here. So can you please unmute yourself? I have one question for you, sir, on the chat box. It's from Arjun Teki. He's asking, do IPC help to manufacture SOM if the certain company come up with their own design? These SOM are basically a RISC, V, ARM, and NPU based system on modules.
Please repeat the question.
Do IPC help to manufacture SOM if the certain company come up with their own design? These SOM are basically a RISC-V, ARM, and NPU based system on modules.
Yeah, definitely IPC can help the way, see, initially some companies wants to go for manufacturing or some other plans. So IPC will definitely help and give the required support in that matter. And of course, the way it can give and the way it is required by the manufacturer, that depends. The manufacturer or the company, how it requires the support, that will also matter. So definitely, I feel IPC can help and support it. Yeah. Thanks.
Nimesh, do you want some?
Thank you, Alkan. Thank you, our panelists, for their warm wishes and their speech. With this, we have come to end of our discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramanathan sir, Mr. Indumem sir, Mr. Govind sir, Mr. David sir, for the power pack discussion. Now I would like to hand over to Alka for further proceedings.
Okay, so thank you all our speakers and the moderator Nimesh for moderating this session so well. So before closing the first session, I'll take the honor to give the felicitation to all the prominent speakers. Srimati Mugdha Sinha, IAS Secretary, Science and Technology Department, Government of Rajasthan. Shri Ramanan Ramanathan, former First Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission and Additional Seki Niti Ayog. Shri Govind Khattar, General Manager IT BSNL. Mr. David Berman, Vice President Standards and International IPC USA. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your precious time to us, and thank you all the audience. And now here we are taking a break, and see you all at 2:30. Till then, stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alka. And thank you, our audience. We will see you soon.
Good afternoon, Ravi sir. I'll request our technical team to take all the members on board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I would request Ravi Prakash sir to please open your camera, sir.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir, it's fine. So just a minute, sir. One of our speakers is coming. Few minutes more, sir. Okay. So welcome back to all of you on Smart Manufacturing Summit Virtual Conference 2022. So let's start this very meaningful conference with our speakers for this session, how PSUs can use emerging technologies in the manufacturing. The panelists for this session are Shri Prem Kumar Jha, Chief General Manager, C&IT, BSP SAIL, Manish Agarwal, Vice President, SOCHM, Shri Ravi Prakash Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Power Sector Skill Council, India, Dipesh Jain, Chief Manager, IT Power Finance Corporation Limited, and I request Nimesh sir from the Times Tech Print Media to moderate this session. Sir, kindly take the honor to moderate the session. Manish sir is joining us in few minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Alka. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the panelists and the audiences in this session. How PSUs can use emerging technology in the manufacturing. I have a question from Mr. Manish sir is not here. So I have a question from Mr. Ravi Prakash sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I have a question for you that please tell us how you see the power sector in India creating a proactive stance toward digitalization.
Okay, I'll talk only power sector.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
So should I start?
Yeah, sure. You proceed, sir.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for bringing me here.
It's our pleasure, sir, to be here, sir.
How to use emerging technology in manufacturing PSUs. Is it not? This is the title.
Yeah, sir.
Indian PSUs have been at forefront of national building and are also leading in taking many digital initiatives. Here it is extremely important to understand the basic difference between automation and digitalization. For a layman, both these terms appear to be synonymous, and hence their uses while discussing growth and productivity is interchangeable. But in practice and meaning, they are not synonymous and can be more effectively be described as serial steps. And this is where we will need to understand the difference between automated factory processes and smart factory processes. Broadly speaking, Automated process is simply the machine automation of various processes targeting primarily the scale of the finished product with elements of quality, etc. also built in. A smart factory, while taking all the inputs as an automated factory, brings in an element of machine intelligence, targeting both scale and quality of finished output by intelligently gathering data for all stages involved, analyzing them, and taking corrective actions or remedial actions in real time with minimal human intervention. If we extend this definition of smart factory to the services sector, then we find that our PSUs have been at the forefront of the digitalization earlier than many private players also. Let me cite the example of a smart national grid in the transmission leg of the power sector, where real-time action on the various parameters is being done. We are now exploring and in parts moving towards cloud-based systems to improve upon responsiveness and efficiency of the transmission and power delivery systems, bringing down the number of major faults significantly over the years. Cloud is the breeding ground for innovations, and with advancements in the data systems and increased computing capabilities, which are helping drive the cost toward increased affordability, the adoption to cloud-based system is increasing. The recent pandemics have only served to accelerate the cloud adoption. With data storage costs coming down with increased computing capabilities, focus is now equally towards utilizing them, and this is further propelling business towards investing in more advanced functionalities, like actively using artificial intelligence in their manufacturing and service processes. This increased move towards more advanced technologies is also causing increased threats like data security. An omnipresent and all accessible cloud is a threat due to presence of cyber attackers. Data is always at the center point. The effort should be to secure it and used for benefits of the organizations. PSUs are deploying new solutions or an innovative use of an existing technology to gain competitive advantage, improve operations, eliminating human error, and save on time and cost. Emphasis should be to improve on quality, train to learn, self-correction, and adopt better ways. Use of digital technology cannot be ignored as the business is growing complex day by day. Now let me take the example of power sector, POSOCO, the electrical grid operators. I beg your pardon, sir? Lamba ho gaya. Let me take this POSOCO example. Earlier operations of power system were relatively simpler, comprising a few generators and loads operating in independent small islands. Such a system could be controlled manually by giving instructions to operate over phone. To achieve economy, increase reliability and stability, these islands were integrated and interconnected. To achieve economies of scale, bigger generators and associated high voltage transmission lines were built. This posed major grid security threats and demanded real-time on-the-spot automatic corrections to avoid propagation of disturbance to other areas, which was not possible manually. The increased automation required bigger investments, and in order to make these investments profitable, scaling up of operations was needed. Also, this scaling up required competition to ensure that these costs did not go out of hand. This needed the sector to be open to multiple players beyond not just PSUs, but also private operators. To open up electricity market for all was also not possible unless a more complete and real-time information is available to all the players, including power traders, simultaneously. Meanwhile, the generation capacity was continuously being added and transmission lines erected for evacuation from surplus area to deliver in power deficit areas. The existing connection at the time for flow of information was through PLCC, which was quality-wise poor and insufficient. Need was to have a full-fledged EMS and SCADA system. It was felt that major links need use of optical fiber, and for this, earthwire was replaced by OPGW. I think you may be knowing that the purpose of earthwire in transmission line is to protect the conductor from lightning. टावर पे जहां कंडक्टर लगे होते हैं उसके ऊपर अर्थवायर होता है ताकि वो शील्ड कर सके कोई भी बिजली गिरे अगर तो. OPGW with fiber in inner core has dual use, protection from lightning as well as bulk data transmission. भीतर ग्लास वायर पड़ा हुआ, ऊपर स्टील का अर्थवायर. So both the purpose OPGW serves. Later it was realized that OPGW has tremendous spare capacity also and can be utilized for transmission business. Just to give an idea, Power Grid's revenue from transmission business today is around 600 crore annually. Advanced EMS and SCADA systems have been integrated with the grid and are being used for data transfer, load forecasting, power flow, and sensitivity analysis, etc. The exchange is also operating where surplus and unallocated power is being traded. What I have enumerated above is something which I have had a hand in implementing, and I'm giving you a personal account of the power sector, and it's just one of the many examples of where the PSUs have played and continue to play a major role in moving towards a smart factory ecosystem. Power sector these days, in fact, is a success story, sir. For last 5-7 years, much of the capacity has been added. The present capacity of power sector is 3.73 gigawatt, whereas the maximum load ever reached, which was on 7 July last year, is 2 gigawatt. So 2 gigawatt is the maximum load utilized and 3.73 is the maximum capacity. I think you can understand that we have much spare capacity to take care of non-coal availability, some units getting shut down, etc. Transmission also, thanks to Power Grid, have built in every nook and corner, and there is no bottling up of power anywhere. Now the only problem, the grid operator, I already covered thoroughly, is also very good. And the last breakdown happened in July 2012, I think. Yes, 30th and 31st July 2012. Since then, no blackout has occurred. So the only distribution wing is the problem these days, which needs to be, that too mainly the theft, due to non-metering. These are the things which need to be corrected for distribution sector. I think I have spoken enough. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. Yeah, welcome.
Yes, sir, you can go on to the next speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Dipesh Jain, sir, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nimesh.
Yeah, how are you, sir? I have a question for you also.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I have a question that how do you leverage emerging technologies to realign business with the post-COVID environment in your organization?
Okay, thank you, Nimesh. See, presently I am in Power Finance Corporation, which is the largest non-banking financial institution from government side. And earlier I was in NTPC. So if we talk about COVID, then we comes down to lockdown situation where most of the employees are required to work from remote, either from their home or remote locations. So that brings entirely a new challenge as far as IT services are concerned, because for employee, he has to do work. He has to access his official desktop. He has to access business applications so that he can deliver through his own business processes, which he is responsible for and which he is handling. To provide such kind of remote facilities, there comes a huge challenge because the connectivity anybody can provide, but to provide a secure connectivity, there you need to be very much particular about how the employee is accessing, because if any compromise happens, then the entire organization goes for a toss. The IT setup is compromised and resulting into compromise of IT business operations. So we have implemented secure VPN based connectivity for the employees so that the employees can connect through IPsec tunnels, and through layer 3 security, the entire traffic is encrypted. And we have in place IDEM based solutions so that everybody who is accessing the IT systems in our organization, they are authenticated, authorized, and then only they are granted access to various business applications. That is one aspect that related to access of employees to our IT systems. Secondly is the collaboration tools, because when you are in office physically present, then you can have meetings, you can collaborate, you can discuss, and then you can move forward. And as you know, in government processes, nothing moves without mutual meetings, mutual agreement, especially during tender committee meetings and board meetings and different levels of meetings between the officials. So we have provided web-based meeting framework for all the employees. I won't name the OEM, but it's a global OEM through which all employees can do web meetings among themselves and collaborate and share the screens, share the documents, and then they can decide on the result of the meeting and proceed. So that actually helped us a lot in enabling our employees to do the business, to conduct the business, even if they are at their respective homes. The third aspect is the official file movement, which is very much important because in government, every proposal has to go through a file, through a hierarchy. And traditionally, the files are physical files, which need to be signed as per channels, and then only the approval is given and the business is executed. So what we have done, we have actually automated the entire file system onto a digital file system called e-office, through which the proposals are being drafted and then moved as per hierarchy, and ultimately reaches to the competent authority who approves the proposal, and then the further action can be taken. So once we have this e-offices in place, then we can say that the entire business operations are continuing as normal. So as of now, I would like to say that these are the three major steps which has actually enabled the employees to conduct their business operations as normal as they were doing before COVID era. That's it from my side. Thank you.
So you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dipesh sir, for your wonderful thoughts. And I would like to tell you that Mr. Manish Agarwal, sir, Vice President of SSM, is joining us on board now. So good afternoon, Mr. Manish sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, sir, I have a question for you. Could you please tell us about the best practices in choosing emerging technologies, AI, ML, blockchain, and making them work in your organization? Is it audible?
You are getting my voice?
No, now we got your voice.
I am audible now?
Yeah, you are audible now, sir.
Yeah. What I was trying to say, in the PSU sector can use technologies. In the manufacturing sector, what we are assessing that the technology is acting like a boost to our members.
Right, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, sir. You are audible, sir.
I think there is some network problem with Manish, sir.
Your technical problem is there.
Yeah. Sir, is he there in the meeting?
He left.
Okay,
Maybe
sir.
he rejoin us. We'll
Okay.
wait for him. So let me move to Mr. P.K. Jha, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yeah, how are you, sir? Welcome to On Board, sir. And I have a question for you that and your thoughts on how emerging technologies like AI, ML are playing a role in improving the industry.
Well, good afternoon, all. I've heard Mr. Dipesh, Mr. Singh, all have talked about what more has been done, digital transformation journey they have done in their organizations. And this is the time where everybody is looking towards this facility to harness the potential of this Industry 4.0, or maybe say Internet of Things, or Internet of Things sort of thing, which is based on artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, particularly, data analytics and deep learning and video analytics, image analytics, these are the tools which are very much relevant in manufacturing industry because of 3-4 parameters. One is your decision making, the fast decision making. That manually, if you observe your machine or your process, there are many shortcomings which comes to be noticed later, and then by that time you have lost opportunity and your product quality has gone bad, or the health of your equipment has deteriorated, or maybe the health of people around they're under threat. So on different parameters, maybe safety of persons, equipment, productivity, cost, all, and quality, and also inventory. All these areas are there where if you use this new technology, which is booming like anything. Now, everywhere people are talking about industry, Internet of Things, or edge computing and cloud, the twin digital twin. So these are simulated. Basically, you are trying to use machine for simulating the environment, where you have taught the machine that this is what analysis has been done, how it has to be taken care of. If there is an aberration, there is early alert, there is early signal, so that you can take timely action to improve your quality of process and also productivity. Like I tell you an example, say in the steel industry, but by the way, I will like to tell you, if you are aware, that steel industry is not a simple steel industry. It is basically integrated industry, has got a lot of processes. They have got power plant, they have got chemical plant for making coke oven is there, where you make acid and you make a lot of phenyl and other things. A lot of byproducts are there. Similarly, you have iron ore mines, and then number of other flux mines. There again, there are different logistics. So there are huge variation of the parameters which are to be controlled to finally take your iron ore and the flux, the center to coke, and then to make your iron. And thereafter, the refining process goes for steel making, and then you roll that steel to hard steel to some shape. Say maybe like we are producing rail, or maybe channels, angles, and plates and other things. So now this process, each heat has got its unique number, and the heat has to be produced in terms of final output to be delivered to the customer. So that chemical, physical parameters has to be shared to them, and that is tracked to the life of the material supplied. So now, for example, like this wire rod mill or rail mill, if there is one heat, it is very high speed, 300 meters per second per minute it goes. So that high speed, if there is something wrong, some problem in roll, or maybe metal, the whole heat after inspection is getting rejected. Or if there is some deviation in your process, the whole thing will get covered, it will jumble. If it is jumbled, then you have to evacuate this. So for that purpose, you have to cut it into pieces and other things and remove it from the line so that the line is free for production. Now, if you have the early alert system, suppose there is a video analytics which judges that there is a deviation come, so the early alert is there, the machine stops. So in that case, jumbling will be less, and your loss of production time will be less. And also you can further input can be modified, and you can go for production. So the production, productivity, health of equipment, health of people, everything is at stake. So here, if you are using data analytics or machine learning or maybe video analytics, this thing comes to your rescue. So we are taking a lot of projects. We have already identified a number of projects where we are using such technologies. We have made separate department for that purpose to focus these moves. And in SAIL, Steel Authority of India Limited, we have got a number of integrated steel plants. We are sharing among each other what are the initiatives being taken, what we can do collaboratively. We are seeking partners, startups. We are taking input from IITs, NITs, IIT, and there we are discussing various the problems, and they are telling us some solutions available in the market. So we are collaborating, and then we are finding solutions. And these are quite, we are very sure in times to come, this will result in a very good output, and we'll get the product, finally it will result into good profitability, customer satisfaction, timely delivery, controlled inventory. So these are the, I think, so there are a lot of scope, and there is no end to it. If you, in each process, you have got a scope to improve. The only thing that you have to see is what is the cost for putting these things. So if there is a cost, return on investment, there are certain low-hanging fruits where you have to first invest so that you get the early result. And people have faith and confidence that yes, new technology can deliver. So I think these are the Nimesh, are you there?
Yeah, we are there, sir. Here, sir. Actually, I think it disconnect.
Okay. Now, there is some problem of connectivity. Is it from my side or your side?
I can't understand.
It's
Sir.
from your side only.
From your side only, sir.
Continuous output visibility of all the panelists as well as Alka and Agrawal was also there. He has, I think, Mr. Agrawal has got disconnected.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have any question or any further
Yeah, I have a further question for you, sir. I would like to ask the highlight best practices in choosing emerging technologies, AI, ML, blockchain, and making them work in the organization.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. This is, blockchain is one that we are not considering right now, but that AI and the data analytics particularly, and video analytics are very much in our mind. We have done certain image analytics, and with that, we had some bars, and the bar rod we are making, and the cut pieces are making it is put into a bundle through automatic process. But at the end of delivery, at the delivery chain, the people want to know how many pieces are there, and that was difficult. That we have through image analytics, we have simulated, and we have finally tuned the system. And we can always, you can find out what is the number of bars in that bundle, and that we are putting into QR code and tagging and supplying. So this is one early result that we have used. And we have taken other scenarios for data analytics in terms of video analytics, and that we are taking up. And many more, in terms of digitization, we have done a lot of things. But these are the things which are in manufacturing we are looking towards. And I feel a lot of possibilities are there for digital twin. We are trying to make digital twin of blast furnace, because inside blast furnace, what happens, people don't know. And if that simulation, that the quality of ore flux or coke or the air blast, all these things, how much and the cooling system of tears, all these things are very vital for the health of equipment and production. that twin, if we create, I mean, that we have already initiated with some of partners, and that comes up, it will be very helpful.
Thank you, sir. I have another question for you. As you say, we are going from a pandemic situation from last 2 years, and that also impact our import and export
Actually, yes.
in some other way. So how, I would like to know how it impact on the manufacturing as a Bhilai steel plant or other.
Actually,
SAIL is also, as we know, that Navratna company in India. So how it impact the manufacturing in the steel sector?
Initially in the first wave, when there was lockdown, there was a huge problem because in our industry, you cannot put your blast furnace down all of a sudden. It will be lots of crores, hundreds of crores will be going back because that equipment can be made cold, because taking up in ready from cold stage to hot stage, it takes a lot of time, and there is a high risk of equipment. So now you have to ensure the supply line. The supply line is there huge. If you talk about our number of items that we are dealing with, it goes into 150,000 items. All over. If it's among those, about 200 items are very much vital. That if there is a supply cut of one item, probably the production has to be halted. So to ensure this, we had taken exemption from government side that this is essential thing, process that we cannot stop. And then we have taken permission, and then some restoration of some logistics have been taken care. That is one. The second part was, as Mr. Dipesh was telling, that in public sector, we have got a lot of approval processes where you have to move paper and take approval, then only things move. And now during COVID times, the paper could be carrier of your virus, and people have to make distance and all, maintain distance. For that purpose, we had made on e-note system, which is on SAP, and which has got very much benefit. When it has been born in disguise. Basically, COVID has, people are appreciating that system like anything. People used to chase that file, where the file is there, who has written what. Now online they can digitize, they can see in seconds it reaches to the next person, and then they can see where it is lying, and they can follow it up also. So that has, I mean, at any stage people can do that attachment, but they cannot remove old attachment, they cannot change old writings and notings. So that is one wonderful thing that has been done. Similarly, we have, during COVID times, we have taken on initiative of SAIL as a whole. We have made a, salary system that was earlier being done at 25 different places. They used to have separate system for their own, for a set of employees. Now all 65,000 employees we are handling. At the last plant, we are making payslip, we are processing the pay and the taxes and all recoveries, payments, everything we are managing. So this was also done during, the first 3 months of that COVID period only. So a lot of initiative we have taken. And then, the supply chain, again, government wanted that MSME should given the priority, and they should know when their payment is going to them. So for that purpose, again, as a whole SAIL, we have, almost 25,000 service providers or suppliers. So they are registering in our simple single portal, and they can see with single login, sign on. They can see from which plant what the supply has been made, or what is the stage of their payment and all. So number of things that we have taken. So we have taken care during COVID, the supply side, the inward supply, outward supply, and then for our employees also, how to stagger their presence, how to make them give them the PPE kits and other things that to protect their health and all. So the number of challenges were there, and on day-to-day basis, we were taking video conference over Zoom or maybe Meet or other web meetings, WebEx, and all concerns were being addressed. How we have to take it up, and the immediate action plan was being taken. Number of procurement was done on emergency basis, so that the supply line and the concern of customers are taken care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And my next question is for Mr. Ravi, sir. So I would like to ask, what are the aspects of smart manufacturing you foresee in the power sector?
Okay, I was just telling you that the problem now exists in power sector in distribution areas mainly. Otherwise,
Yeah.
smart grid is working fine. Up to generation and transmission part, the smart grid is working fine. Distribution area is the problem. Now, smart metering we are going to put.
Yes,
Smart metering would be an interactive meter which will be installed in your house. And even if you are outside, you can know how much electricity is being used in your house. The control room will be able to know how much electricity you are using. If there is sudden jump, then they'll give you a call. What happened? Somebody is doing some theft from your this thing, that will be known. Sometimes many things are operating unnecessarily. You can call at your house and say, "We are बंद करो, ये क्या इतना जला रखा है?" आने से पहले आपने गीजर ऑन कर दिया, आपके घर पहुंचते पहुंचते गर्म पानी मिल गया. तो इस तरह की चीजें जो है स्मार्ट मीटरिंग में इंटरेक्टिव वे हो जाता है. मतलब कंट्रोल रूम से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड वाला आदमी भी देख पाएगा, आप भी देख पाओगे. पैसा आपने कब दिया है, कब नहीं दिया, ये भी हो जाएगा. नहीं तो बिल की पेमेंट में दिक्कत थी. मीटरिंग नाउ स्मार्ट मीटरिंग इज अ प्रोजेक्ट व्हिच इज गोइंग ऑन विद ऑल फोर्स. Let us see within 2-3 years we are able to put smart meter everywhere, because now we have electrified each and every house in India, each and every village. Now smart metering is the target.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your thought. And my next question is for Mr. Dipesh Jain, sir. Sir, what are the digital initiative implemented so far in IT Power Finance Corporation? And also highlight few of the case studies regarding that.
Okay, thank you, Nimesh. See, as I said, Power Finance Corporation is a giant in terms of infrastructure lending. It lends huge crores of sums of money to the other power companies. And why I mentioned this is because that brings more pressure on IT systems as far as IT availability and IT security is concerned. So our prime focus is to secure our entire IT landscape. And with respect to that, our company is currently under entire IT transformation, wherein we are actually migrating our entire application architecture to the single stack ERP architecture. That is one transformation which we are undergoing. Secondly, we are actually moving to cloud so that due security aspects are being taken care of with respect to the work from home scenario where the users are connecting from remote. Thirdly, we are commissioning our disaster recovery site, which is the 100% replica of the data center, so that if any disaster occurs in the primary data center, then we can continue our business operations from the DR center. Then we are also augmenting our IT security infrastructure so that even if there is any ransomware or any zero-day attack, then we are fully capable of handling such attacks. So as a proactive approach, we have already implemented state-of-the-art security solutions such as IDS, which is a sandboxing device and which simulates whatever unknown patterns are there in our traffic, that simulates those unknown signatures. And then if there is anything suspicious, then all our other security solutions at endpoint, at servers, at network, they are getting alerts, and those files, those data is being blocked at that particular level only. So we are following our layered defense approach when it comes to security. Then we have our next generation firewall in place, which is a very complicated security device and is capable of handling inspecting SSL traffic also, and is capable of actually monitoring all the viruses, bots, and even if it's encrypted, then also it's able to decrypt them, analyze them, and then again encrypt them and pass on. Then we have our remote security 24/7 security monitoring services, so that the entire network traffic and the endpoint traffic is being monitored regularly by the leading OEM. And if there's any suspicious behavior in any of our endpoint or servers or any equipment, then we just immediately get an alert through email or through messages that this particular device is behaving suspiciously, and we proactively take due measures to stop it. And over the top of it, that security team is being fed by other security agencies. So what is called as a global threat intelligence platform. So all the leading OEMs do share their threat intelligence, so that if in any part of the world, if any ransomware or any zero-day attack is faced, then immediately that data is being fed to other security OEMs, and the clients of those OEMs like us do get the feed, and we take proactive measures accordingly. So security is our mainstay in our company. Other than that, we are going for a single stack ERP, so that all the different business modules like loan accounting system, appraisal management system, fee accounting system, borrower systems, the payrolls, the financing system, and different small and peripheral applications are being integrated into a single stack along with the e-office. And moreover, we are going for a e-sign based system, so that whatever is approved is approved through due digital signature, so that it is authenticated then and there. So these are the primary measures which we are taking, and which we have taken in last 2-3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed information about the measures you are taken for data security and cloud security in Power Finance Corporation. Alka, do you have any other question for any panelist?
Just a second, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, no other question in the chat box. So if you have any question with all these speakers, you can go ahead.
No, I don't have any other questions.
Okay, so sir, all these speakers, I request you if you have any
I can add few things that we have some time.
Yes, sir.
Like in case of this smart manufacturing process, one of the very vital thing is your predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is a very important part, because when you're running machines, we don't know the condition of your bearings or your foundation, other things, and if it is timely noted, then you can increase the life of it. So, like in case of steel plant, the rolling mills, and all, there is huge number of motors of different sizes, very in terms of megawatt to kilowatt range. So if that is if you are putting sensors and all, and it is interconnected through the main system, and if you get early alert that if there is some maybe vibration alert, or maybe temperature alert, or maybe there is some sort of moisture or maybe around, which has a detrimental effect on your machines. If that is taken care in time, the life of the equipment becomes very healthy, and it can increase, and that in terms of that reduces your loss of opportunity in production, and also the costs. Similarly, you have got in case of inventory, if you have just-in-time management, if you have an automatic system which takes care of that, what is the life of this particular spares, and if it has reached certain life, it will automatically order, or it may give you alert, so that you can plan in advance. So there are certain areas again which has a lot of possibilities. We are using drones for security. Security basically very big plant, and there are a lot of theft and other things coming up, because the huge boundary is there, and there are certain areas which is not accessible by our CSF and person around. So then we are using drones, and that camera and alert, that also again helps. So these are certain areas. We are also taking up, digital movement of vehicles, vehicle tracking system. So we are through RFID and sensors. We are trying and geometric fencing. We are getting the route defined that the truck or private company which is moving inside, so they have to go in particular path, because there are a lot of theft cases around. A lot of iron pieces, copper pieces, coils, and other things are there, which they are being reported time and again, and we lose a lot of money. So if we find that this is moving in a particular track, it's fine. The path is deviated, then it's their question. And if they have detained for more than certain stipulated time, supposing they have to move for half an hour, and if they have taken more than 45 minutes, that means they're again question. So number of ways, these are without having any human interaction, all this information through digital media and digital provisions, you are getting captured. And with the LoRa technology or this thing, sensors and other RFID devices, these are things we are taking care. And I see there are huge opportunity all around. Like for example, that iron ore or maybe the raw materials which is being supplied to our sintering plant. If the composition sample we have taken and the actual the material, if there is different, then analysis is different, and then whole estimation goes wrong. So now if there is a video analytics which can find the granularity of the materials and can detect, give the representative sample, then you'll get the right input for defining your processes. So these are many. The sky is the limit, and these are humble beginning that we have made, but we see a lot of opportunity, lot of possibility in this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful thoughts.
So I can see there are questions in the chat box. Why digital currency has been stopped in India? What are the parameters of cost cutting of digital electronics parts in India?
I think this question is not in our purview. The digital currency, again, that is regulation by RBI that they are taking care of, and the control has to be done, because as my thought goes, this digital currency is very invasive, because the way cryptocurrency values goes up and down, if people rely, they have certain currency in their pocket and go for some market, and suddenly by the time they reach the market and the value has gone down, what do they do? So these are challenges. They are definitely there, and it is for investment and for this thing speculation. It is working fine, but I think it has to get mature. For Indian environment, it will take time. But then, if you talk about, then the distributed ledger, that has a future that will be definitely coming up. So that is first part, and the second question was the chip cost. The chip cost, again, the government is going for promotion in terms of incentive they are giving, and as we have got threat from China and other places where the supply of chip is restrained, because the whole China has become the workshop for whole world, and US and all European countries for the cost cutting measures. They are putting that all that rudimentary job to China, because they get a cheap supply, and also carbon emission is also reduced for environment also. So once China has gone down because of pandemic, this COVID, and their own some Olympic preparation, other things that you have to show some parameter. So the whole world is now starving for chips and all. So now, it is coming up in India, and I'm sure once the Indian facilities are around, things will be within control, and cost also will come down. And India has a huge opportunity. When the people around, Indian people working in Europe, US, China, everywhere, they have contributed a lot. And if those talents, and there is encouragement in India, because the R&D expenditure in India is very minimal. So we have been importing technology so far. We don't create technology, because there is nobody. The industry is not promoting, putting certain fund for R&D, so that people can experiment and do. And once you put R&D expenditure, it cannot be return on investment immediately. It has to be, even if the 10 projects are there and 2 are successful, that will give you full return for all 10. But if you count down, it is 20% success, then you are failure. So these are the things actually it is coming up. I think hope the future is good, and we have to be hopeful and we have to exert. Thank you.
So as I can see, one more question is there. How we can manufacture electronic parts in India as cheap as China parts?
And that is what I told. See, once there is a requirement of government giving incentive to have initial, like the public sector when it came after independence, the infrastructure sector, people were not ready, private companies were not ready to invest so much of money for infrastructure. And that is why this public sector came up, that the government will put money and then they will create infrastructure so that the other child industry will prosper, and salary and child and other things will come up. The similar thing is there, and the present government I'm seeing in the newspaper and other places, that they were giving a lot of incentive for and tax rebates and other things. And I hope and I wish that big industries like maybe Reliance, Tata, or others, or Amani, or maybe Arani, all those people, they can also collaborate, and they're coming up. They must be planning already. That if they put this together, some amount of for this purpose manufacturing, so we don't have lack of talent. We have huge population, we use number of students coming out from engineering and other places. If you give training to them and then use them properly, I think within 2-3 years you will find the result. It will take time initially to develop a product, because technology is nowadays, the knowledge is not limited to a particular country. If you find any knowledge piece you want in YouTube or Wikipedia, you got enough. And then from that base, if they are giving proper incentive, proper encouragement, proper direction, definitely things will come up. But it will take time. It is not immediate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK Jha sir. So my next question is for Dipesh Chan. It's from Sudhir Yadav. He's asking, sir, what is the scope of e-waste management in India and how a youngster can enter the industry?
Okay, thank you, Alka. I would say that because the entire country is under great IT transformation, and when the entire industry is going towards work from home, where the employees are actually setting their e-offices at home, then automatically there comes a industry booming, which is e-waste management. Because once your laptop is scrap, your digital equipments, your earphones, speakers, peripheral devices, printers, all those things are outdated, then there has to be a proper company, proper channel through which this e-waste is disposed of, with some monetary gains also for the layman, for the common man. So right now what I see is that there is no as such company which I can name, which actually works in this particular process. So if any new startup comes up on this, on managing this e-waste, then I think there's a huge potential where they can earn on the basis of commission basis or on the monthly subscription basis. So I see there's a huge potential in this industry.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one more question is there. How to improve skills according to smart manufacturing? Any platforms do we have?
Okay, I'll take up this one also. So when it comes to smart manufacturing, I'll take you to the IoT-based systems, because that's where the entire manufacturing industry is moving to when it comes to a smart thing. The smart cities, smart metering, smart power plants, smart homes, right? So you need to, if you are just a beginner, then you need to develop your skills related to Internet of Things, related to cyber physical systems, where there is an interface between the real world machinery, real world equipments, be it temperature sensors or the meters and all those things, with the digital equipments, digital transceivers, digital databases. And when that integration is there, then you can actually convert a traditional device to a smart device. There's a huge potential. It's another very hot field which is coming up. And if you have proper skills in this particular area, then there's a huge potential for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I'd like to wind up this session. Thank you so much to our panelists and moderator Nimesh sir for moderating this session. Before closing the session, I'll take the honor to give the felicitation to all the prominent speakers. Yeah, Shri Prem Kumar Jha, Chief General Manager, C&IT BSP SAIL.
Thank you.
Shri Ravi Prakash Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Power Sector Skill Council, India.
Thank you, ma'am.
Manish Agarwal, Vice President, SOCHM. Shri Dipesh Jain, Chief Manager, IT Power Finance Corporation Limited.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable times with us. And thank you, audience, for listening and asking the questions to our speakers. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all, sir.
Thank you.
Now we are taking here a break. See you all at 3:45. Till then, stay tuned.
we are able to do this, that in itself will result in the first journeys of, a design-led creation and design-led manufacturing that will come in, sort of grow in our country.
Okay. Yeah. So I think you drew a very important point, and I want to, as a moderator, I want to add that while India is known as a strong power in software, for example, starting way back in 1990s, we are into 30 years of, I worked in industry for more than 20 years before joining as a professor at IIT. However, the software products, if we talk about products per se, coming from India are far and few. We are very good in offering software services to many of the companies. We are very good. And that is where my point to you was, if we were to become a leader in smart manufacturing, how do we strengthen our demand and the design sector? And you gave very, very valuable inputs. So coming to the next question, and this time I start with Mr. George. One of the very key elements in smart manufacturing and any competitive products that goes out of it is quality. Right? So how we can utilize many of the technologies that are currently available for example, with us. And fortunately, India is very, very strong in many of the areas. Traditionally, India is known to be very strong in mathematics. And that is one of the reasons why so many IITians are produced and they do so well fundamentally. And with the advent of big data analytics and many of the sensor algorithms and what we are trying to build, I think these are some of the fundamental things where India and Indians are traditionally strong in. So leveraging some of this, what can we do to make our products the best possible quality when it comes out of smart manufacturing or any of the factories that we are setting up? So I would like to hear your viewpoint on what we can do from technology viewpoint to gain quality advantage for our products.
If we take statistics in terms of how much is the investment done by companies on R&D, and if I were to take reference of the sector from which you came from, Professor, you will find that the investment in R&D by them, the minimum of it is about 25% of their
annual revenue.
Yeah. Annual revenue. Yeah, this is a huge amount. That is the amount of investment that goes in, which unfortunately we find that very many companies out of India who are joining the technology curve late are not in a position to do so because of the sheer competitive pressures of the market that are there. And R&D, as we know, is high risk effort. Technically, we would be successful in making the product because of the capabilities that we have in India, but commercially, are we successful? Am I giving my returns to the stakeholders? Is 1 in 20 or 1 in 30 or those kind of returns that are there. And this is well recognized by countries across the world, and particularly by the Western countries. So, which is why there are mechanisms by which they fund their industry to invest in this area. Now, coming to the other aspect of your question as to how can we bring in smart manufacturing to improve quality, other than handicrafts, as we say, it is work done by hands.
Yeah.
Everywhere it is automation that brings about the consistency in quality which is there. And with smart manufacturing having the ability to pick up data from various points and the ability to see it in various slices and dices, automatically then allows me to fine-tune my production processes so that I land up with better quality. That near real-time information or real-time information that I have and the ability to make an intervention makes this ability to bring out a higher quality product compared to one which is not based on smart manufacturing.
Sure. I think very good input, and thank you, Mr. George, for that. So turning over to Vikram once again, one of the key things that even in the sector that you are representing and you are very strong in, I know you talked about the agri sector that Mahindra is focusing, or broadly speaking, even the automotive sector. Maybe the world is moving very fast towards autonomous drivings, ADAS systems, and so on. We do not know how much that will be relevant to India per se, because of our unique traffic patterns that we have, because of our unique population pressures and so on. So in your viewpoint, what are the key sensors that you think should be manufactured in India to reduce imports of such sensors for automotive sector? Because that may be some of the starting point for our smart manufacturing. And in smart, we can leverage many of the algorithms developed for machine learning, AI, that, as I mentioned, India is very strong in these algorithms per se. So what we can do to develop intelligent sensors for our automotive market in India, and that can be manufactured in India, which we can later on export to the world as well. So would like to hear your viewpoint on that.
Okay. So the ability to let's not start with the constraints with the ability to fabricate and so on, but the ability to develop these sensors is largely becoming a function of the integrated embedded software layer above the sensors. Mm-hmm. So the LiDAR zone for autonomous driving, like you said, is at various stages of evolution of putting together several inputs from what the camera brings in, from what the LiDAR brings in, to what multiple other sensing zones around the vehicle can bring as input to a decision, right? It could be as simple as a moisture sensor or anything that can add value to that decision point. And it could be fog, it could be temperature, all of which lead to a, it could be the angle of light, could be the amount of brightness, whatnot, that leads to these decisions, right? Of what's reflected, where the shadow is, where depth is, and so on. So the ability to put together a package that is largely consumable because of the software and not just because of the sensors will make more sense for India to produce. Of course, see, with respect to hardware, I don't see India becoming a hub too soon unless there is a, without collaboration from a large organization like Mr. George pointed out, in terms of, we have a huge disparity in terms of the percentage of investment that can go into these avenues, which are largely niche and not commercially viable. Right? For example, a LiDAR sensor from Luminar used to be about $780 to $1,000 2 years back without software. And now with software, with one mount instead of 3 mounts with no motor, so I mean less serviceable parts per se. The 2022 variant comes at about $500. So it's really difficult to fight the cost pressure when it comes to hardware, but we can definitely do a double click on the software and enable that and make sure that the software experience makes this product much more usable and faster to market.
Thank you very much, Vikram. So I think that some of the challenges you mentioned, of course, viable software platform and embedded side is one thing that you talked about for India. And though you mentioned challenges in the hardware side, I will turn over to Mr. George, who has been one of the key inputs from MADE side, and along with other companies that are responsible of this conference like Elsina Groups and so on, for the recent semiconductor and ESDM related sector policy announcements. So with these new policy announcements, Mr. George, how do you see the electronic or ESDM manufacturing to proceed further with these kind of incentives that have been set up recently, both in the design linked incentive as well as for the semiconductor fab or display fab or compound semiconductor? So what is your viewpoint on how far it can encourage our manufacturing and smart manufacturing sector?
talking of the semiconductor policy, limiting it to that, there is a significant progressive step that we see in that policy announced by the government, that for the very first time, we have come out with what is being called as the design-led incentive. For the very first time, we are recognizing the fact that we have to identify, measure, and incentivize to promote design being done out of our country. Vikram spoke of embedded systems where we can do work and the sensors come from abroad. And very true, because as commercial organization, he is competing with others to bring out a solution for his customer which is there, and he may or may not have the wherewithal to do the R&D on the sensor area. But as part of nation building, like countries like how Japan and Korea is done, I'm sure if the government were to come up with a proposal which says that, okay, the sensor in itself is useless, not useless, is not usable, and can a company like Vikram's participate in a journey where we will develop a sensor in one of the India labs, say out of IIT Jodhpur, along with industries that will do the manufacturing side of it, and at the end of the day, come out with a sensor, because that sensor comes to life through the embedded software that Vikram's company is making. And 24 months down the line, we have sensors that are actually designed out of India, with the manufacturing process also coming in. And now with printing technology and the way how 3D printing is happening, many of this actually can be done. And then we come out with a superior product at a lower cost, which is over there. So these are and these come out of we identifying, saying that I will make these set of range of sensors out of India. So they becomes a very tangible goal that we aim for. It has got a form and it's got a demand which will be there. And then we bring in the players that are needed to make it a success. And it has to be funded by, like I said, public funding as it is done world over. A lot of the research in Industry 4.0 that is done in Germany and US, etc., have been funded by the government in their universities, which worked with the companies, and then eventually, they took the leadership position over there. Overall, the semiconductor policy extremely strategic for India, because it is the heart of electronics, and the electronics is now in the heart of every machine, and so it's time that we became self-sufficient over here. And when we talk of compound semiconductors, I believe the world is at a stage where everybody is learning and building on compound semiconductors. So India is also in that beginning of journey. We are not at the trailing or joining late, like in the very VLSI area over there. Second is we have got very good material science academicians in our institutions across the world. Now, what we have to do through this entire program is bridge this academic knowledge which is there, along with how do we productionize it and convert it into products. And that's the magic point at which, when we will start delivering the commercial results, creating companies that make these compound semiconductor products coming out of India for the world.
Sure. So thank you very much. You made a very important point about the sensors, and I know you'll be very happy to know that in IIT Jodhpur, we are in the process of setting up a facility in support with Rajasthan government, and also talking to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to not produce sensors as components, but to make sensors as a system with end use case applications with several of the industry players. We are already talking to many industry players, and we'll talk to each one of you after this meeting on how we can collectively do something from design space and then lead up to the smart manufacturing. So recently, very nicely summarized by you, the government has set up very nice incentive scheme for semiconductor promotion. And compared to the past where in the 3G world or 4G world or 5G world also, we were maybe slightly late, though our IT system produced 5G test beds. The government has been very proactive in setting up a 6G task force right now, though we know that the standard will come out only in 2030 or maybe products will be there. So we are now in an advanced stage and not a follower of what has been happening in the West. So I really want to thank you, Mr. Vikram, Mr. George, for a very nice discussion. I know we are limited by time, but we covered very important aspects of the key technology trends. We covered the aspects of how the technologies can help in improving the quality process, looking into the future on how the smart manufacturing can be done. So I really want to thank you and thanks the Times Group, and want to end our panel discussion by saying that if we want something which we never had, then we have to do some things we never did. And therefore, I think the time is now. The whole world is before us. We can do wonderful things from India. And I really invite all the industry, government, and academics to come together and create India future, which is the best and can stand on its own amongst the Committee of Nations. So thank you very much. Thanks everyone for joining this panel discussion. And I really enjoyed being part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Excuse me, sir. I have 2 questions in the chat box from Sohini. Which industries are likely to be the early adopters in Industry 4.0 solutions in India? And one more question is for Vikram, sir. How common man will be a part of this agro-industrial movement and can transform their life into eco-digitally balanced, also can help in Indian economic growth?
So to respond to, I have to rephrase that question. So it is more like how common man will be a part of the agro-industrial movement and transform their life. See, the agri-industry as such is largely influencer-driven and defragmented, so to speak. Right? Creating an urban clap or creating a Uber for tractors is not that easy with respect to how operations works. Right? It's easy to create that app, right? But then to create the quality experience needs a lot of work to bring people together. So how common man will be a part of the agro-industrial movement is to take it from a service to a product where everybody has an opportunity to commercialize their time and their effort and their skills, and get to somewhere where they can transform lives for themselves. The second is to, like the Farm Bill that came in, is to introduce industry participation in farming, so that the most recent of technology, be it from an equipment standpoint or technology standpoint, can be implemented, can be democratized across farms. And then this tech transfer, this knowledge graph becomes the de facto for everyone, where the community of farmers bat for each other, which happens in isolated pockets now, but it'll become more common as it goes, right? So this is how I see industry and people can come together in the agri space. It's another very subsidy-driven environment where a lot of incentives create the enthusiasm, create purchasing power, and so on. And if the switch is slightly flipped towards working for ourselves, creating revenue by ourselves, and having the ability to independently invest in technology that can transform specific pockets and then rapidly scale across the country, nothing like it.
George, sir, would you like to comment on the second question? That is, which industries are likely to be early adopters in the Industry 4.0?
Okay, it's a difficult question to answer, but the fundamentals of economics remain same everywhere, every time. Change is always driven by demand, by customer demand. So the industry that is facing the demand from their customers for adoption of Industry 4.0 are the ones who we will see adopting it first. And in this context, companies in India that are part of global supply chains, there is ask coming from global supply chains that move to Industry 4.0 so that we are able to get better predictability and consistency. They are the ones who are, the early movers into Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing. The very generic answer, yes.
What about the sectors like smart healthcare with India-specific things recently? As you know, a lot of innovation from India in this sector has been coming, and also sectors unique like agriculture, where of course Mahendra and Vikram talked about, but the problems which only we can solve for our country, because our country's agriculture sector is very, very unique. So where do you see these kind of industries benefiting from Industry 4.0, just to complete our discussion?
So the current evolution, actually, just like how the internet-based companies evolved at a particular point of time, now with all pervasive connectivity that is present, and now the IoT and sensors coming in, you are very right that we will see healthcare, farming, all of this leveraging, because there is huge amount of savings and efficiency that we are able to bring in over here. Just, even as something as simple as healthcare, availability of medicines, finding out the nearest point where it is available, particularly the costly cold chain medicines, telemedicine, farming, so that the right intervention, so that independent of, we all know the theory, with the right pH and the right fertilizer, you will get the right crops. But then, like always in life, do you have the ability to regularly go and check your pH and get the right fertilizer? Those will all get automated, which will then automatically make the yield from farming much better. You're very right. India-based solutions will definitely leverage this and as a country take advantage of it.
Thank you. Thanks again, Mr. George, Mr. Vikram, and over to you, Alka. I think we are over our time and would like to hand over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much to our panelists and moderator, Professor Manoj Chaudhary, for moderating this session so wonderfully. Before closing this session, I'll take the honor to give the felicitation to our prominent panelists and moderator of this session, Vinay Thapliyal, Technical Marketing Manager, MCU ST Microelectronics, Mr. George Paul, CEO, MATE, Shri Vikram Karthik, GM Head Digital Transformation, Mahindra Group, and Professor Manoj Chaudhary, Department of Electric Engineering, IIT Jodhpur.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and have a wonderful evening and be safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor, and thanks.
That's all the time we had. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a wonderful event, wonderful platform to talk to you about.
Sure.
Thank
Bye.
you, sir.
Bye.
Now I'd like to show gratitude to all our prominent guests for accepting our invitation, and it's the privileged moment for the Times Tech Print Media to have you on board. Thank you so much to all of you, and it was my honor to host this event. With this, we come to the end of today's webinar. Thank you for sparing your valuable time for the webinar. If you would like to get in touch with the Times Tech Print Media, the details are on your screen. Take care and stay safe. Thank you, sir.